And before moving on to the agenda, I would like to start by thanking, first of all, the University of Aveiro for hosting and accepting our challenge and bringing for the first time this event out of doors. To the jury and panel of experts for adjusting their agendas to be here in the auditorium or remotely, and cooperating and contributing with their knowledge and expertise in these areas. Also to the audience here and remotely who will be joining us this afternoon. And last but not least, to the finalists. Today we'll find out who's the first, second, and third places of the Master and PhD categories. However, the 6 finalists are all already winners, so regardless of the results, congratulations and thank you for joining us. Without further ado, let's move on to the program. The agenda for today is divided into 4 moments: the opening speeches, the master category, the PhD category, and the award ceremony. And to officially kick off the event, I call to the stage the Rector of the University of Aveiro, Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Fraunhofer, for choosing the University of Aveiro as the venue for this challenge. I think it's the first time that it happens outside the Fraunhofer, and so it's especially meaningful for us, and I'm especially thankful for that. I would like to start by thanking people, because that's one thing that I enjoy doing. It's very important, and if I don't it first, I will forget about it. So, to the jury, with Liliana Ferreira, Valdir Jr., and Thomas Hartling, thank you for being there. The specialists that are here with us today, Aurora Batista, Ana Palmeira, Francisco Carvalho, Clara Gonçalves, Nelson Martins e João José Ferreira. That was the panel that helped us to get here. I would also like to thank all the finalists. We wouldn't be here unless we had good material to work from the start, and thank you for making it possible through your efforts, talent, and works. That said, the speech is done, but let me add just one more thing. The University of Aveiro is an institution that is not local in scope, it's global in scope, it's open to society, and I think this event here today reflects that very well. Fraunhofer, by going outside, I think is choosing to have more impact, is choosing to advertise more widely the impact of this prize and its challenge. So I think there's a parallel there with what university has been doing in the past years. It's not just a matter of emphasizing talent and qualifying people, it's a matter also of having impact on society and on the outside. We are a research university, so we try to, and we need to prove our value in the global stage, but we need to reflect that value locally in companies, in society, in businesses. And it's very important that we reflect on that, because Europe is facing a big challenge today. Lack of qualifying personnel, a skills gap, and an ambition to fill the gap between high-level basic research and impact in society. Fraunhofer, by this effort and many others, is helping to fill in this gap. The University of Aveiro, by everything it's been doing in the past years and concentrating not just on breeding talent, but also concentrating and focusing on societal impact, is trying and doing the same thing. So there's a good parallel here. I hope this event and the initiative goes on, not only for the 13th time, but many other times, and wish you all the best of luck for this event. Thank you.
We now give the floor to the President of the Executive Board of Fraunhofer Portugal,
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the 13th edition of the Fraunhofer Portugal Challenge. Indeed, this time for the first time outside of Fraunhofer Portugal in Aveiro. I will explain a little bit in some moments why, but first of all, of course, the thank yous, and thank you, now it's a challenge, Bárbara, Giovanna, Leandro, Catarina, Inês, and Cirazul. I passed the first challenge for applying, and congratulations for being the finalists. You are the stars of this event, so we are very much looking forward to listen to your ideas and understand with you how we can think technology, design the future, impact, as we heard now, so important, impact the future of our society and our companies. This is what we are doing in here today. Thank you to the jury that helped us selecting this finalist. Valdir, thank you very much. Thomas, online, I will in some moments introduce, thank you very much. And of course, this very warm thank you to our panel of experts in here today. I will also introduce them to you in some moments. Most important, we did in here an effort of ensuring that this panel of experts comes from the region also and understands what is the impact or what could be the impact of these technologies also in the region. So it is very important that we do that. And of course, the most important thank you, besides the audience, is of course to the University of Aveiro for helping us, promoting, hosting this event, and doing this first edition of the challenge outside of doors in here in Aveiro, and, well, making it the first of several and kicking off in the best way. I know that the rector will have to leave in some moments, so from our side, a very warm thank you, and thank you for being in here today also and opening the door to us, to this home, which is also my home, as I will explain in some moments, so we are very happy to do that. Well, moving on to what is the challenge today, and to introduce to some of you that might not know what is the challenge, what is the concept of the challenge. Of course, I will have to start by talking a little bit about Fraunhofer and Fraunhofer in Portugal. So Fraunhofer in Portugal is in fact an association, a non-profit association of public interest, an association that derives from a very big organization, the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, so a German-based organization that has more than 76 institutes in Germany, more than 30,000 employees, and a very strong focus in what we just heard in promoting applied research and ensuring that this research has impact in society and in industry. So in Portugal, we were created in 2008. We have at the moment two research centers. One that comes out of a partnership with the University of Porto. You can see in here the locations and some figures on this center. So ICUS, Assistive Information and Communication Solutions, comes out of a partnership with the University of Porto in 2008. It has now two locations and more or less 120 employees. We have AVAM. AVAM stands for Smart Agriculture and Water Management. It is a more recent research institute that comes out of collaboration with the University of Trás-os-Montes in the north and the University of Évora. Is just kicking off. And so it is giving its first steps, and actually one of the members of the jury is actually our advisor for this center. I will come back to that. But it was indeed out of the combination of the competencies that these two centers have that we got the idea of changing a little bit this challenge. So actually it is the second edition that we have of this challenge that is a little bit different from normally. And the main idea and what we want to do in here, we are not looking for silver bullets for sustainability or silver bullets for innovation. We are looking for meaningful innovation and research that can support us in moving forward with this creation of this sustainable future. And this comes very much out of the competencies of the two centers that we have. One is ICOS, Assistive Information and Communication Solutions. In this center, we have a very strong knowledge about people, a very strong knowledge about the reality of companies, of what is being needed, what are the needs of the end user. We combine this knowledge with the capability of developing things that sense, that connect, that allow us to acquire data, that we use after to model, to bring intelligence, to augment these human capabilities by using AI, computer vision, deep learning, whatever you want whatever you can think about, to, of course, bring value and support our clients, our customers, our partners in delivering value to their own end users. So these are, in a nutshell, the areas that we research, that we focus our activity at ICOS. When we come to AVAM, we talk about energy, we talk about water, we talk about nutrients, we talk about food, and we have, of course, a very strong focus on the circular economy in these fields that I just described, and we talk about technologies like membrane technologies, water treatment, biogas, biomass, so things like this. And it was at the time, on the combination, on the understanding that we had tools in our hands to join these two areas, wide areas together, and augment also our impact in society, in companies, by combining these two types of competencies and bringing, well, an additional value while joining, the digital transformation with the green transformation. And we accepted this challenge of thinking about technology, designing the future while creating a more sustainable future. And this is why we have in here ideas and candidates that come from different areas. We have jury and panel members that come from different areas with different competencies, because, of course, we need your help understanding which ideas can we support bringing to the market, because this is also our main area, our main interest in this area. So we challenge you to think about technology and design the future. We've done this for 13 years already. Here are some numbers of what have been these 13 years. We have received close to 500 applications from 40 national academic institutions, which means that we were able to reach the entire country. I can say that without any doubt. We awarded already 117,000 euros. We will add some more euros to this account today, I hope. And of course, we are very much, as we heard, looking forward to increase the impact of these awards. I told you already, our interest is to support you and help you understand how you can bring these ideas and bring it to the market. But we wanted to do that more close to you, more close to our public, and that's why we created this Fraunhofer Portugal on the road. Why in Aveiro? Well, because we all like very much Aveiro, for sure, but also because Aveiro has the highest number of persons awarded in this challenge. So we started by that. We started by the winner also, and we started in the University of Aveiro. The second one will be decided in the next year, but we thought it would be a great way to start. And once again, thank you for accepting the challenge of hosting the challenge. So it's very important for us. Let me go to the most important thing. Let's move on. We want to listen to you, not to me. So let me introduce to you our jury. The jury were the ones that read all the applications, and they were a lot. How many were they, Raquel? 75 applications, so the jury read all the applications and selected, went into several phases, as you know, until we arrived to these finalists. That's what we have in here today, 3 finalists in each of the 2 areas. And this analysis was done by myself, chair of Fraunhofer Portugal and director of ICUS, professor at the University of Porto, and today playing at home with my own research activities starting until the PhD in here in the University of Aveiro. But I'm not the only one. Valdir Jr. also has a small step in Aveiro. Our president of the scientific board of Fraunhofer Portugal has a PhD from the Universities of Minho, Aveiro and Porto, and I learned today that actually the final defense was done in here. And he has a very, very special role at Fraunhofer Portugal at ICUS, which is the responsibility for what I've told you before, this link between the areas. So he's also the innovation lead for digital farming, which means that he's responsible for bringing ICUS and AVAM's competencies together and ensure that we augment the impact of these competencies. Valdir, not an easy job. Thomas Hetling is from Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, actually from IKTS, from the partner center of AVAM, from another very beautiful city of Dresden, so from the Technical University of Dresden, and it is the founder, director of AVAM, and keeps supporting us through this role of advisor to the Fraunhofer Portugal AVAM. Now going to the experts panel, we start with João José Ferreira from the University of Porto, from the Faculty of Engineering. He's the Dean of the Master of Technological Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And most important, he's with us since edition 1. So today, remotely, but since the first edition that we count with your presence, thank you very much for continuing with us. Clara Gonçalves, unfortunately, she came to Aveiro, she had a last-minute unpredictable event, family event that made her leave, so she's not with here today, but well, I would resume Clara Gonçalves as with the final sentence, innovation and technology believer. I think that describes her very well. Aurora Batista, thank you very much for joining us today. We start in here in this goal of bringing the community, the area, the region, the industry of the region and the needs of the region into this panel. You represent this very well, so thank you very much for accepting. CEO of Be Very Creative, member of Eureka and post-graduation in management. Another person that helps us in this goal, Ana Palmeira de Oliveira, thank you very much also for accepting this challenge. General Manager at LabFit, President of the Business Association of Beira Baixa, I don't know exactly how to translate, and invited professor at the University of Beira Interior. Thank you very much. We are very much looking forward for your comments and impacts. Playing also at home, Nelson Martins, who was with us in the initial event to launch this challenge in here in Aveiro, and left us some challenges at the time, if I remember correctly. I didn't forget. So we need your help to ensure that we do our path correctly, and please help us understanding if we are going in the right direction. Thank you very much. So, professor in the University of Aveiro, founder and researcher of the Sustainable Energy Systems Research Group, and of course from these areas, in this case of mechanical engineering. Finally, but last but not least, Francisco Carvalho, thank you very much also for accepting this challenge. We have in here, you are representing very strongly the industry in this area and the needs that, in my opinion, might benefit more from this connection and this integration of competencies that I'm describing in here. We need also your help in understanding if we are going in the right direction. Executive Board of Amorim Florestal and member of the Board of Directors of Forestwise. I finish in here the description and I move to the most important part. Bárbara, from the University of Lisbon, Instituto Superior Técnico, will open the session of presentations, talking about how we can use actually graph neural networks for predicting, improving bike sharing systems. I believe this is the goal. Giovanna Galvão from the University of Trás-os-Montes will talk us about biosensors for detection of plant pathogens. I will say it like that to simplify. And Leandro Rodrigues from the University of Porto, which will talk us about his approach or their approach using robotics and artificial intelligence towards leveraging vegetable production. Then we'll move on online. We have Zirazul Haka from the Nova School of Science and University of Aveiro talking about portable and flexible solar cells, so for sure a topic that will interest all of us. Catarina from Nova School of Science talking about microalgae for the bioremediation of agro-industrial effluents. And finally, inspiring all of us, or at least helping us to find the inspiration in nature towards sustainable development, Inês Cunha from Nova School of Science. Thank you very much. The best of luck, not for this event, because that you are already winners, so you don't need the luck, but for the future, for bringing these brilliant ideas into the market, and of course, count with us, with Fraunhofer Portugal, to support you in that path. Thank you very much. A good event.
Okay, so let's get to what brought us here today, hearing from the finalists and learning about their innovative winning ideas. I call on stage the finalists for the master category, Bárbara Tavares, Giovanna Galvão, and Leandro Rodrigues. Starting the session, Bárbara Tavares, a graduate master student in data science and engineering at Instituto Superior Técnico. Go ahead, Bárbara.
So hello, good afternoon. My name is Bárbara, and I am here today to present my master thesis work, a cluster-based trip prediction graph neural network for bike-sharing systems. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the jury panel and Fraunhofer for the interest in my research project, and I would like also to mention my supervisors, Professors Manuel Marques and Cláudia Soares, and thank for their physical and online presence. So, a bike-sharing system is a mobility service in which bicycles are made available for shared use on particular trips. The user rents a bicycle on the departure, rides to the destination, and returns the bike to the system. There are two types of systems. Systems that are based on stations, where the bikes are placed on docks, and we work with this type of systems, and systems where the bikes are freely spread on the streets. In recent studies, researchers have assessed the impact of bike-sharing systems on health, considering these three health determinants. The aim was to quantify the car trip substitution health risks and benefits, considering, for bike trips. So quantify the benefits and risks substitution of car trips by bike trips. And the most interesting conclusion of this study reveals that if all current bike trips were old car trips, the European universe of bike-sharing system in the analysis could prevent up to 70 deaths per year, which correspond to 225 million euros saved annually. So what is the problem? The problem is that the similar transition patterns make these systems to suffer from bike imbalance, leaving not only empty stations without bikes available for rent, but also stations at the full dock capacity. And this leads to a drastic customer loss in the long term. So strategies for bicycle rebalancing becomes crucial, and for that the traffic prediction is also essential. So given this problem, our work falls in the decision-making support system field with a proposal of a model for predicting the trips between the stations. And we use the New York City bike-sharing system, City Bike, to apply our model. So as our main contribution, we highlight our novel framework where instead of just predicting the inflow and outflow of bikes in each station, as in the usual machine learning frameworks, we have a global view of the system where that takes into account the network effect, so the relationship in network form between the stations and the similarity effects between the stations. And these similarity effects are computed according to a clustering algorithm that we propose that is called Adaptive Transition Constraint Clustering Plus algorithm. So this algorithm is an iterative clustering algorithm that consists of three main steps: the geoclustering, the transit matrix generation, and the transit clustering. And the most important of this algorithm is that this algorithm clusters the stations according to their geographical distance and transition patterns. And this means that we expect that stations that are geographically close with similar transition patterns are expected to be grouped. And so our clustering results can be seen as a signal that is introduced into our prediction model. So we formulated the problem as a link prediction model where the aim is to predict relationships between entities that are structured in network data, in network form. So we started by creating the graph where the vertices represent the stations and the edges represent the trips between the stations. So each vertex has a vector of features, and this diagram illustrates an example of this vector. This is a 34-entry vector that consists of the cluster to which the station belongs according to a clustering algorithm, weather-related data in the 4 seasons of the year, and the relative frequency histogram of trips going out the vertex during these days of the week and in these 6 predefined time periods. So using a graph neural network, we predict the bike trips based on the learning of these features of the vertices. We tested another network configuration that consists on removing the clustering information. It is one of our goals to verify the importance of cluster, and this consists of just removing this entry from this vector. In this slide, we really briefly describe the architecture of our graph neural network, and that is the following. So, given an edge that is a pair of stations, and its corresponding label, which can be 0 or 1, depending on when it's a real edge of the network or not, we start by generating the vertex embedding. And what is the vertex embedding? So the vertex embedding consists on aggregating the features of the neighborhood of the respective vertices and by averaging them element by element. Then we will join the aggregated information of the neighborhood with the original vertex, supposing that we are calculating this for this vertex, and we have the final representation considering the vertex that we are working with and the neighborhood. Then we will use these vertex embeddings to introduce in a layer that is responsible for generating the correspondent edge embedding. So we move from vertex embeddings to edge embedding by applying the inner product to the 2 vertex embeddings. Then the edge embeddings are passed to another classification layer that is responsible for predicting the probability that the edge actually belongs to the network. So with the following data, and moving on to our results, for 2018, we trained a link prediction model without the clustering information, and here we present the respective accuracy, so how often the predictions matches the labels. And introducing the following information to the previous 2018 setting, we trained more link predictions models, including our algorithm, ADATC, and 3 other baselines. So what do we want? We want to evaluate the cluster importance and also to find the best model based on the prediction, on the performance on the prediction task. So, and analyzing the results, we can see that all cluster-based methods present better results, or equal in case of k-medoids, when compared to the baseline without clustering. We can also see that ADTC is the algorithm that has the best performance, and we can confirm that the clustering features matter for our network effect. To analyze our predictions, our percentage error of our predictions, we define the percentage error as this expression, where xt represents the number of the ground truth in terms of the number of trips, and xp represents the number of trips predicted by our predictor. And we calculated this percentage to the origin and destination and for all stations. And in this plot, the stations are colored according to the percentage error, where the cooler colors represent lower errors associated, and the warmer colors has a highest associated error. We can see that the model predicts well the trips, and in particular it works quite well in Manhattan and has a highest error associated in Queens and Brooklyn. So, almost concluding, to further investigate the nature of our highest prediction errors, we plotted the percentage error in red in this graph for all stations. But for us to be able to interpret this percentage error, we ordered the stations on the x-axis by the increasing number of trips that is represented by this blue line. So for simplicity and because the behavior is the same, we only show here the results for the destination. And analyzing this plot, we can conclude that for trips with stable transition patterns, and for stable we mean this number of trips, because it's the average number in the test set, we can see that our error is on average 20%. Also, we can see that the 12% of error of our 2018 predictor can be seen as an upper bound on the error for the stations that are in these conditions. So in this case, regarding this plot, that have more than 100 trips ending there. Finally, we can see the decreasing trend of the error as the number of trips increase. So we can conclude then, we can say that our model predicts well the vast majority of trips that are representative of the system, and that the highest prediction errors arise due to intrinsic properties of the stations in where there is no congestion and where the demand will never exceed the supply. To finish, I would like to stress that with our work we are not proposing a rebalancing strategy, so our predictions are contributing to the decision-making support system, namely to derive efficient rebalancing strategies and to helping the system operators to operate the system in a better, efficient way. So that's it. Many thanks for your attention.
Just a short note that I forgot to mention previously. Each candidate finalist will do a 10-minute presentation followed for more 10 minutes of questions from the jury and panel of experts. So thank you, Barbara. Now to the jury and experts. Does anyone would like to start? Also to our judges remotely.
I think it's the microphone of Raquel. Now it works again. Thank you very much for your presentation and congratulations. I have two very, very simple questions. which one is what were your main goals when you accepted and you were enthusiastic about doing this work? What were yours? What made you accept? What were your motivation? And how would you evaluate this motivation now? So how is it reached? And a second question is, what is missing to make this in production?
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the first question?
It's your motivation. What was your motivation to do this work? When a professor went to you and suggested this to you, or was it you that suggested to the professor? What made your eyes shine?
Okay. So honestly, in my bachelor, I already have worked with this type of systems in a different way. So we are like in the entrepreneurship area, having ideas to improve these systems based on implementing a system to not allow people with alcohol in the blood to drive this system. So I have like a special interest in these type of systems. So I am very happy to introduce value and somehow solving problems of the systems. So honestly, it's like I like to work with this type of systems, and for being an important and an idea that adds value, it's already fascinating me. So it's the answer for your first question. And the second one, I don't remember, sorry.
I can link the second one with what you just said. So you said that it adds value. So what is that value and what it's missing to make it reality?
Okay. So the value is obviously to keep our world sustainable, and in this field of try to be because my generation, I think we should also be like environmental, have a more environmental thinking and be worried with that aspects. So this is the main motivation to do that, and given that this system is committed in this sense, so it makes a lot of sense for me. And regarding, I already forget again, sorry.
So we are all clear about the value, it makes sense, you are motivated by that, you can see that, and now we want to use it. Aveiro has a bike sharing system. What can we do if we talk tomorrow to the city hall? What should we say? You have in here an amazing system, we need this to make it work. What is this in this sentence?
Okay, so I don't know if I am getting to your question, but we need like to having prepared the data, all the data that I have talked about in the presentation. I didn't talk about that much the data, but I mentioned that. So use the data and try to see how it goes with our predictions. So, but we are now working on moving forward. So we have a lot of future work in the thesis that we didn't explore. So now we are moving on to our approach more, I don't know how to say it, but more sustain in the mathematical formulation and all that stuff, like giving distributions to the stations. And I think that it's that. So if we have, depending on the data that the systems, this type of systems provides, I think it's easy to make that working and implement the idea.
Thank you.
João?
Acho que tenho que dar a palavra mais alto, porque ele é capaz de não estar a conseguir ouvir.
Professor João? Can you hear?
Boa tarde, muito okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It's a great honor. Thank you again. Congratulations to Barbara for her motivation and for her work. I'd like to understand two things. So, first, you made this simulation in Manhattan. and I was looking on the web for data sets. So it seems that this must have been a data set. You were talking about the ground truth. So there is a data set that you used, or is this, or are you really working with a company in Manhattan? First question.
Yes, we use the data that is online available from Citybike.
Thank you. So the other one was already asked, but I didn't understand very well. The answer is, so I understand you have an algorithm. The algorithm has a slightly better performance from 87% to 80% from the others. So what's the impact this will have in users? So what will users gain by using your algorithm what users would gain by a company using your algorithm rather than another one?
Okay, so the main goal is to the company, of course, so helping in the rebalancing and prediction to know the system's dynamics, but regarding the users, so the advantage is that they probably, if I'm going to rent a bike and there is a station where I can't rent a bike because the station is empty, I am not happy with the service. So I am going to maybe or to another company or in another transportation mode. So for the users, it's important to make them to use the system, and given that it's a sustainable system, so it's important to make them to want to use the system and to not choose like any other transportation mode. So is in that sense. I think I answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Barbara, thank you for your presentation and your enthusiasm with your algorithm. And well, my question is more generic, if you thought already in some other applications for your algorithm, can you imagine other situations where it could be used?
Okay, yes.
Because apparently I would say that the advantage for the bike system is not that big. The difference between your results and the other algorithms is not that large. But can you imagine other applications?
Yes.
For it?
So I think that the other applications are all in the mobility area. So for example, considering a taxi, for example. So if the taxi drivers know, so for example, the places where the demand will be higher, maybe they want to be located there. So I think that it's a lot of applications, other applications to these, so we can apply our algorithm to other situations. This is one, and other situations. So I think that taxis, Uber, and all that category of mobility, it can be applied to.
So mostly mobility.
Mostly what?
Mostly mobility.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any last quick question? Or should we move on?
Barbara, thank you. I have another question. How would you transform this into a business for you? For you or for someone who buy the idea? I mean, how would you make this being paid?
This what, sorry?
Being paid.
Okay.
Resulting in income.
Yes. So, okay, I think that your question is more, is suitable for the project that we are developing now, because, for example, if I contact a company and I say, my algorithm predicts well the trips, and I am able to help you getting a good rebalancing strategy, I think the company is interested. I have an error for the stations in these conditions. So I think that it's mainly that. So Can you repeat again the question, just to see if I remind something else?
My point is only to know if you or your team have thought about this.
Okay.
I know how I would do it, but I want to know if you have also thought about this, this focus. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And if you have not quantified yet, but if you have an idea of how to do it, the steps to do it.
Yes.
Thank you. Barbara, you can breathe now. Please join Barbara. Okay. That's fine. We continue with Giovanna Calvão. She received her master's degree in food engineering from the University of Trás-os-Montes and Alto Douro.
Good afternoon. Wait. So start it again. Good afternoon. I'm Giovanna Calvão, and it's a pleasure to be here and be able to present the concept behind my master dissertation work, in which I developed the fluorescence-based biosensor for detection and quantification of Cholectotrichum acutatum in infected olives. So firstly, as many of you are aware, there are several pests and diseases that affect olive production, one of which is olive anthracnose. Olive anthracnose, the causal agent of this disease, are several species of 3 distinct Cholectotrichum complexes, in which Cholectotrichum acutatum is then the most prevalent here in Portugal. The first symptoms on the fruits are necrotic lesions on the fruit surface. It also leads to fruit shriveling and mummification. This means the fruit can either stay on the tree and act as a disease reservoir, or also fall to the ground. Besides, it can also affect leaves and branches. Additionally, when it comes to olive oil, it affects negatively the organoleptic characteristics and also chemical characteristics with poor oxidative stability, off flavors with rancid and musty smells, and color changes to reddish tones. As such, obviously, this disease has a negative impact both in production yield, reducing it substantially, and also downgrades the quality of olive oil. So, of course, this leads to major economic losses, not only for the farmers, but also to other players in the sector. When it comes to detection methods and quantification, the main detection approaches used right now are based on culturing methods, which, of course, can take days or even weeks, although the cost is very low. When we're talking about PCR-based methods or serological methods, although they provide very sensitive and accurate detection, they have many intrinsic disadvantages. They require expensive equipment, laboratory facilities, and of course, experienced personnel. So, with this in mind, there's an urgent need to develop more sustainable, accurate, and rapid detection methods. Biosensors have gathered a lot of attention in the last decades due to their intrinsic capabilities. They provide faster results, their user-friendliness, they're very cost-effective when compared to the other technologies, and also they provide a way of portable sensors. One of the biggest highlights of olive anthracnose is the fact that this pathogen can remain in a latent state on the fruit, on the tree, until optimal fungal conditions are met, which means they can either develop the infection during the harvesting season, at the agricultural site, or during transportation. Right now, the most used disease management strategies in olive production are related to pruning, early harvesting, which is not always possible, and use of resistant cultivars, especially this one, it can always be applied. Further application of fungicides, it can also be applied. Obviously, farmers typically do this in early fall, which means the rain can easily wash off away the product, and there is no effect in that. So, with that in mind, we developed the fluorescence-based biosensor for this pathogen detection. Our system combines three main components: nanoparticles, which are made from waste biomass, contributing to a circular economy, DNA sensing, and also fluorescence detection. Our sampling method is very simple. We take a sterile cotton swab on the surface of the fruit we want to test. We immerse it in water, and that solution is then added to a solution containing nanoparticles with our designed DNA probes to specifically detect species within this complex. So then we have to do a denaturation step to allow the hybridization to occur. When this hybridization occurs, the nanoparticles which possess a natural fluorescence will then shift in case of the pathogen presence, will increase or stay the same in its absence. Our main highlights of our biosensor are related to its label-free detection. It's a direct detection. We don't require extra labeling processes nor other fluorescence molecules. Its cost effectiveness as cost per sample is very low when compared to the other talked methods. It can be applied on-site detection, which means farmers can use it on the fields as room conditions are fine. Also, no extraction or amplification steps are necessary, and it doesn't require laboratory facilities. In essence, there are many applications for our biosensor all throughout the olive oil chain sector. Firstly, we can apply it on the olive orchards as an efficient disease management strategy. This will be a great opportunity, especially for farmers, if they want to inquire if their olive orchard is free from olive anthracnose. This will reduce the fungicide use because this is especially important to detect the disease when visible symptoms are not visible. And this would result also in fewer emissions. Further, this is related to the 12th goal of the United Nations, the responsible consumption and productions, as it would lower the food waste, the chemical use, and also contamination. Additionally, it could also be applied in olive oil processing mills as an entering system monitoring, which means olive cooperatives and enterprises could use it to test if olive batches have same olives or not. And then, with that information, decide what to do with those batches and not infect other possible olive oil and lose its category. This would also provide a higher food safety and, of course, reduce the finance losses. In the last case, it can also be applied at a customer level. Not so important like the others, but it could also be applied to test if their product, like olive oil or olives, are sane and free from possible contaminants and the fungal pathogen presence. This would assure a higher product safety and quality. Both of these, which I mentioned now, are related to the third goal of the United Nations with good health and well-being. As you can see, there are many applications for our biosensor, and of course, it's not only directly impacting the two goals I mentioned, but also indirectly impacts much more. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for everyone present, and in special to my supervisors and Philippe for helping me all throughout my work.
now back to the jury and the experts. Oh, Professor João, please.
I was clapping. Thomas is raising the hand.
Okay. Joanna, thank you very much for this very exciting talk. What I really like about the idea is the simplicity of sampling or taking the samples. And I think I pretty much understood that. I would like to, in more detail, understand the actual measurement process. Can you comment a little bit on what kind of nanoparticles you're using? You said they are fluorescent. Are these quantum dots, or what kind of particles are these? And then you say, I presume in the end you do a transmission measurement.
I'm sorry, Thomas.
In a photospectrometer, presumably to determine the amount of fluorescence.
Thomas, sorry, forgive me for interrupting, but we had some issues here and we couldn't understand your question. Could you please repeat it?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I'm fascinated by the idea and by the talk. Thank you very much for this contribution. The simplicity of taking the samples and working with the samples is very nice. That I like very much. My question concerns the measurement procedure itself. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about the kind of nanoparticles you use. You say they are fluorescent. What kind of nanoparticles are these? Are these quantum dots or other kinds of fluorescent particles?
Okay.
And how come that upon this binding event the fluorescence increases? Because that's what you use to not only detect, but also you say you quantify actually the amount of antigen that's in the analyte, right? Can you comment on that a bit?
Okay, so if I'm gathering correctly, it was kind of hard to hear, but I think I've gathered some questions. You were asking about the fluorescence particles. We use carbon nanoparticles, which possess natural fluorescence, and then I think you talked about the simplicity of the method. We tested our method in infected olives, and in the future work, we will also love to apply olive oil and make sampling on agricultural sites. We have not yet done that, but it's work for the future. I don't know if you asked more questions, but if you would like to ask anything else.
I did not, yeah. So the precise question I have is why the fluorescence emission increases upon the binding event. Molecular interaction?
I'm not getting
Perhaps, Thomas, perhaps you could write on the shelf.
Oh, thank you. That would be awesome.
Sorry, so the question is what the problem is. Maybe I'm closer to this microphone.
I think you're talking
here.
about
Can you hear me better?
how we record.
No.
I think you're talking about asking how we can detect the pathogen presence. So we do the control, negative and positive, and then in case of the presence of the pathogen, the fluorescence emitted is higher. So then that will tell us. Quantification works, we still have not finished those tests, but we will do it in the future. Is that it?
Is that okay? Thomas, can we move on to another
That answers the
expert?
question. Very good,
Thank you.
Professor João, I believe you had a question.
No, just congratulations. I was fascinated. You already have a way to explore and to exploit the results. The only questions I would have is, if you were to decide where to start, applying this in the business environment, where should you start? In the olive orchards, in the mills, in the final retail? So where do you see this being applied with the greatest impact?
Well, with the biggest impact, for sure, with farmers and olive oil cooperatives, not only in the olive processing mills, but especially at the agricultural sites. That is when we can minimize the most impact of the disease. If we can detect it at an early stage, it's easier to control the future damage. If there's no infected olives, there's no infected olive oil. So I think that answers the question. Basically, if we talk to the farmers and we put it in place, especially cooperatives, since they can all buy the prototype and test it, and not much is needed. Honestly, the cost per sample is relatively low when compared to the other methods, and I think it will help them to understand when to apply accurately and precisely the fungicide application.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to the auditorium, Doutora Ana Palmeiro de Oliveira.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like
Yes, I can hear you.
So my question is, this is a very interesting approach.
Thank you.
Rapid, big tests, simple and cost-effective are in fact the future. I would like to ask if you already tested the sensitivity and specificity of the methods.
Yes, I didn't present this here because honestly I wanted to present the idea, but in my thesis that is all there. The sensitivity, the sensibility, everything is there. I didn't finish the quantification, but everything else is done, and we have the final results. They're not in my head right now, but I did do them.
Okay, and this is specific for one species?
No, for a complex of species.
Okay.
So the most prevalent here in Portugal.
Okay, and you said 2 or 3 times that is cost effective regarding other methods. Did you calculate it?
All I can say right now is that the cost production per sample is less than 10 euros.
Cost production per
sample? Per
Okay.
sample, yeah.
But one sample allows you to test one, when you
Yeah.
mean sample, you mean sampling in the field?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. And also you addressed that one of the contributions is for the well-being, but
Yes.
this is a pathogen specific for olives, right?
Yes, and the system, sorry, can you repeat the question?
You addressed that one of your contributions
Yes.
is for the aim of well-being, but this is a pathogen specific.
Yes, indirectly it allows a higher food safety, and in essence indirectly impacts the good health and well-being of people by providing higher food quality.
Okay, but it's more for food quality.
Yes,
as
it's more for food quality.
Not being a pathogen for
Yes,
humans.
yes, yes.
You could address something on microbiome and well, but this is maybe
Yes.
a microorganism that when you ingest in the stomach,
course.
it's killed. So
Yeah,
I don't
and-
know. I think it's a little bit too much in this aim. But congratulations, very, very
Thank you.
interesting,
And yeah,
equipment.
regarding your question, this technology it can not only be applied to this plant pathogen, but it has also been applied for COVID-19 detection. It has also been applied to wine authenticity. So, I mean, regarding the technology in itself, it can be applied to anything you want to test. Waste management, water contamination. I mean, the possibilities are really endless.
Okay, so you mean the technique and the technical approach, but
Yes.
then you have to have specific.
The only thing we need to have are specific DNA probes designed for the necessary targets.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joanna, one question. If I understand, 10 euros for one olive.
It's a little,
the test
tricky
is
because
for
I
one,
can't-
when you test, one is one olive or one olive tree, is that?
Yeah, we still have to manage a few points regarding the sampling on the field. The testing sample, where we need to test, how many times we need to swab.
But when you said 10 euros, but that means one test.
One test.
And if I have olive or olive tree that is contaminated, that means that all around are contaminated, or can
They're
be
most
only
likely
one
to be
tree?
contaminated,
Should
yes.
be contaminated, okay.
So if you want to test an olive orchard, we will also have to study how many meters per square we
Okay,
would
but
need to test.
if one is contaminated, normally around...
Most likely
most likely, okay.
the closest ones are also infected.
Okay, next step.
Next step.
Next step, I will make the question. How you can do this a business?
How I can do this a business? Our technology is patent, and how I can make this a business? Study the possible partners, olive cooperatives, enterprises, and propose them with the prototype and tell them you can test this for olive anthracnose to reduce your financial loss, to reduce possible costs with fungicide application. And still we have to tweak some little details regarding quantification, but honestly, the most important thing about our biosensor, especially for olive anthracnose, is to detect its presence at the earliest stage possible.
Okay, like you are from Transmont, did you already propose that to a cooperative?
No, we still haven't done yet, but it's the next step.
Any other questions, or should we proceed?
I have one more, sorry. I'm not expert on this area, but all the Portuguese know olives and olive trees and olive camps. And one of the interpretations I've made of your presentation is that you can treat the olive trees earlier because you can anticipate if the disease is there, although latent. Do you have studied the effect on diminishing the contamination and maybe decreasing it until the prevalence in Portugal disappears?
Yes, it has been done, not by me, but with other specialists in the area, and it's one of the most relevant diseases in Portugal, along with, I don't know, I forgot the name.
My question was not if it was prevalent now. My question is if treating earlier, because you detect it earlier, can diminishing the contamination and maybe making the disease disappear.
Oh, this is less prevalent. Yes, of course, that's the highest highlight of our technology. The earlier we can detect it in a latent stage where disease symptoms are not yet visible, the necrotic lesions, which will then negatively impact production, and olive oil quality, which can degrade from extra virgin to virgin, in even latent
So maybe
oil.
that's one of the most important effects, good positive effects that you can show.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Another suggestion.
Wait, sorry.
Rush to negotiate that with the actual people that live of selling those samples.
Yeah. You're right.
It takes a lot of time to create a new company to compete with them.
Mm-hmm.
It is a large value if you negotiate well with them. They have the canals, the channels to go to all the system.
Of course, it's the most important thing.
Are you okay? Can we move on? Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
You can have a deep breath now. And closing our master category, Leandro Rodrigues. Leandro received a bachelor and master in agriculture engineering and from the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Porto.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leandro Rodrigues, and I will present the work leveraging vegetables production with robotics, artificial intelligence, and computer vision, developed in the scope of my master's in agriculture engineering. Starting this presentation with some background about plant phenotyping, that is the characterization of phenotype traits, such as the development stage, the ripeness, or disease symptoms, and characterize these features considering the relations, interactions between the genotype, the specific genotypes, the environment, and management operations. This characterization can be done by manual operation that is time-consuming. So over time, there are being developed mechanized solutions for plant phenotyping operations. All over the world, there are several facilities for plant phenotyping, such as the Fraunhofer PhenoCT. There is an indoor structure for root phenotyping operations, so indoor with controlled conditions. Also, another group of structures for plant phenotyping are the high-intensity field platforms, like Field Scanalizer, a huge plant-to-sensor structure that work mainly with cereals. The game changer in this area are the in-field, so the cost-effective platforms like Pixel Crop Robot, developed by Nesktech in collaboration with FCUP, and it's framed in my thesis. So with these platforms, we reduce the size, the cost, but maintaining the throughput of the data collected, the precision of data collected, being able to port these kind of robots for the field, for actual conditions, and you also can transfer knowledge and technology beyond sites, within crops, and so this can be applied for every crop. So like I said, this robot was developed by Nesktech in collaboration with FCUP, aligned with the TECO for Agro-Food initiative, such as other prototypes, other robots and sensors developed by Nesktech. And also, this kind of robotics can be applied for education, fostering kids' knowledge for technology and agriculture, and also for urban or rooftop farming, filling gaps in the farmer's knowledge, leveraging food production near consumption sites. So we can reduce logistic costs, we can reduce post-harvesting operations, and also we can increase the sustainability of overall production, so increasing the consumption and production patterns. But to the robot be able to work within the plants, it must identify them. So we start and we developed our plant phenotyping module. So we create a data set with 8 vegetable crops. So sweet chard, spinach, lettuce, turnip, carrot, radish, and coriander and arugula. So we developed our data set, we annotated our data set. That is, identify the plants that are in the image. So this information are our ground truths, our references. And with that, we can apply analysis methods like deep learning models for detection and classification. We test 2 different deep learning modules, frameworks, SSD and YOLO, that works in a similar way. They start with the backbone algorithm, we extract the features from the images, and then start to predict the position and the class of each plant that are present in our image. After train, we perform, so we evaluate the performance in classification, and I show you 2 different examples, one for lettuce and another for carrot, and with this confusion matrix, you can have insights about the true positives, the true classifications, the false positives, that are the classifications, the misclassification made by the model, and also considering the total ground truths, we can have the false negatives and then relate that with precision, with performance metrics like F1 score. With this, we can calculate our F1 score for each class and then have a mean value for each model. So by the models trained in our scope with the 8 crops, we have a mean value, F1 score mean value of 86%. Also, we tested other image analysis system, that is 3D modeling. We apply 2D images and we reconstruct our scene with structure for motion approaches. So here we can have insights about the plant volume, the plant height. There are important features for target applications of irrigation or fertilization. So, concluding my work, so we have a low-cost and open-source Cartesian prototype built mainly with off-the-shelf components for phenotyping operations. We create a custom data set of annotated vegetable crops I show you deep learning models trained with good performance for classification, 86%, and also high quality 3D reconstruction. I show you an example of a plot, but I also tested with individual plants in different growth stages. So what now? We continue to develop knowledge based on this work in the field of digital twins, where we aim to develop a simulation model that can simulate the behavior of plants managing the conditions. So we have the actual state of our crop, and by a data flow, a real-time data flow for the virtual crop, we can test and simulate the behavior of the plants based on these conditions. So these data flow are derived by the prototype, the pixel crop robot, or other robotics related for sensing operations, for phenotyping operations. They are processed, so they are analysis, the images or the information, the data are analyzed by deep learning models or 3D modeling approaches. Also, under the food loop contest, we are developing the project AgriTech for Youngsters, where we aim to fostering kids' knowledge about technology and agriculture, the food production basics. Thanks for your attention.
Experts, any questions to Leandro? Nelson. Estava ligado. Is it on?
Microphone.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you, Leandro, for your presentation. But I live in the countryside. I'm not really a farmer, but I farm a little. And actually, I did not, probably it's my fault, but I did not understood the purpose. Probably is too advanced for me. At the end, what does your system what does your system do? You identify the species, you identify the stage of development, is that? You identify the need of watering, for example, or other nutrients. Which is the added value of your proposal?
So
my if proposal, you can make it simple for me.
Yeah, so we can have the robot that is one work, and the other part that is the goal of my work are the plant phenotyping model. In this, I create a custom data set of plants based in the phenological scale. So we have different crops in different development stages. So the goal of the models are to classify these plants according to their development stage only. In this phase, so my master's was done in that, just that. But the goal is to, or the possibilities are, like you said, are for nutrient management or irrigation or other applications. Yeah.
Can you guess that just looking to the plant?
Yeah.
Sometimes I can guess that just looking for a plant, but sometimes
yeah,
I don't.
But
when I can understand that the plant is needing watering, it is already in stress for a long time.
Yeah, and I show you examples with RGB images. If you test, so I test a super simple methods, but you test a more high throughput methods, we can detect these symptoms in early stage. So asymptomatic plants can be also detected. Yeah.
Isn't it too expensive for vegetables?
I think the otherwise, because vegetables are like high intensity crops, because we have they have high needs of nutrients or water, and based on that, they need a constant monitoring. Because imagine, for example, a lettuce grows in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So in these 4 weeks, we have to give like constant monitoring to that.
Okay, so this is for an industrial approach and not for the garden, because you show the top gardens in the cities.
Yeah. But
It's
it's also a need, because the constant monitoring feature is very important for rooftop farming or urban farming, because imagine a worker, a common worker, can't be every day or every time in the garden. So this kind of constant monitoring is important, is relevant for us.
Okay. It must be cheap, otherwise no one will buy to a rooftop.
In the low cost is one of our goals also.
How do you discriminate, or do you notice something that is very similar? Like, for instance, there are some herbs that are similar to young carrots. Normally, I only squeeze the leaves in between my fingers and smell to notice the difference. So how do you make your eye, let's say, notice that difference?
So for the ground truth, so the annotation, I know the plants, I know the development stage, but the performance is the job of deep learning models. So if you are familiar with this technology, the deep learning models are capable of identifying the features from the images. I don't give them, I just give them the ground truth. So I just identify the plants, and then the model starts to extract features. So with that, I know the plants, and I give that to the model. So models are capable of doing that.
I believe Professor Thomas also has a question.
Thank you. First of all, can you hear me better now? I've detected some issues with the microphone here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
First of all, excellent contribution, and I think this is a very emotional topic that touches everybody who did some farming at home, as you can hear from the questions. I was wondering if there's still another application which might have something to do with warehousing or warehouse management, because I presume that not all farmers grow their plants themselves, but they buy the small plants. And there must be suppliers for these small plants, which they need to check their warehouses. Is that something that your system could be, or the algorithms could be used for too?
Sorry, but I can't understand your question. Sorry.
So the assumption here is that the plant really grows in situ, right? That means check with the system that you described. So question is if you could use it in a larger company that produces plants, that does not grow plants, but produces the small plants and sells them to the farmers, just to check the content of their warehouse.
Okay, now I understand. So it can be applied for growers, and I think the more important thing, and I show you, or I enhanced that on my master thesis, that is the seedling phase. So when the plants are too little, so we have just like the two cotyledons, and that's the main phase for growers. And we have good performance of the models, so can be applied also for growers. Yeah.
Professor João José? Professor João?
Okay, can I ask a very fast question?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Please, professor, go ahead.
So when I was watching your presentation, you're talking about irrigation as well. And when I think about irrigation of lettuce, so you are an agricultural engineer, so you are the expert. So if I'm talking about irrigating lettuces, I imagine this in a big place covered, you know, to keep the temperature, and so it's just, you know, a kind of artificial rain that goes through all the field. But if you are talking about other kind of crops, many times you use micro dripping. But this implies that you know exactly where the water, where the, you know, the little stems of the vegetable come out of the earth, so that you know exactly where you should drop your little drops of water. Okay. My question is, when I was looking at your 3D model, it crossed my mind that maybe you can use this system to distribute irrigation in a very sophisticated way, just by pointing directly to the lower part of the stem of the plants, just by using your 3D model and, you know, distributing water in a more efficient way, regardless of where the plants are. Would this make sense? It's a question.
Okay, if I get your question, reminding or regarding irrigation, we can irrigate the plants by drip irrigation, or like directly on the plant by sprinkler, or in the soil. So when you can measure the volume or the height of the plants, we can decide where we can drop our water. So in the side or beyond our plants. So that makes sense. Since we have our decision made, we can drop the water in any place near the crop.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yeah, sure.
Not working? Okay,
it is
now it is. Thank you, Leandro, very much for your presentation, and congratulations. I'm not a farmer, so I will go to the scientific part. Could you, I had doubts, especially in your comments now, exactly how was this ground truth? You explained it briefly, but if you could enter into a little bit more detail of the process of annotating the ground truth, it would be great. But shortly, briefly, please. Another question from my side is, why? What was the motivation to develop this 3D tool? What originated this need? And finally, you presented what seems to be a very interesting project at the end. Could you, in 2 sentences, describe it a little bit better?
Okay, starting with the annotation, there is a manual operation. So we have like Cevat, it's a platform where we annotate the plant. So we have the images, and then we decide.
Who's we? What we means?
The data set, the team have the images. I collect the images with my cell phone. So our normal images, and then I pick these images by each crop, and then in this platform I annotate by squares the class, the size, and the class by each image.
You did the annotation?
Yeah, I did it for the old data set, a custom data set with all images, and then this knowledge based on this data set, the model will start know the images and start to be able to detect other images. So that's the goal of deep learning models. We start with little data, we teach our model, and then the model go by himself and starts to predict. About the project I mentioned briefly, so Food Loop, maybe it's easier. Food Loop is an idea contest, and we start with this idea, so fostering kids' knowledge about technology and agriculture. And then we are driving this idea. We start to build a business plan about that and start to make this project. Start with like a pilot. We are deciding to have a prototype in the schools and start to have some classes with the kids. And we are starting. We are in the starting.
Thank you. That sounds very interesting. I hope you can proceed with that. Who knows? Part of this award can also contribute to that. But the tool, the 3D tool, what was the reason?
The 3D tool, that it's the real plant is 3D. So if you can watch the 3D modeling, we can ensure or infer more complex features about the height or the volume that it's difficult to infer in 2D imaging. And we manage that because we try to infer the value of our 2D images. How far we can process, we can analyze this 2D imaging, because it's cheap to acquire images, 2D imaging. And we start to how far we can go with 2D imaging.
I think what I really wanted to know is, do you have an industry partner, a commercial partner, someone, the end user in this project?
No, for 3D imaging, no. It's like, so we apply just platforms and software just to reconstruct the plots and the plants.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? So, our master category is completed. Thank you. We will now do a very, very short break, already running a little bit late to what we have scheduled. So please have a 5-minute break, have some water, stretch your legs, and we'll be coming back in 5 minutes to our PhD category. Thank you.
Don't sotarei, tá?
O custo é €1?
Hello again. Shall we start? Thank you. Welcome back to the second part of our closing event. We will now proceed to the PhD category. I call the finalists to the stage, Catarina Souza and Inês Cunha. Sirazul Haka is currently working and living in Colorado, so he's joining us remotely and will be presenting his idea via Zoom. We are using the same model as in the master category, 10-minute presentation plus 10 minutes for Q&A. So, starting the session, our international finalist, Sirazul Haq, PhD in Advanced Materials and Processing from the Nova School of Science and Technology at the University of Lisbon. Sirazul, can you hear us?
My screen.
Hi.
I share my screen. Can you see?
Can we? Yeah.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining with us. And I also would like to thank Fraunhofer Portugal for giving me this exciting opportunity. The aim of my work is to deploy solar energy in consumer electronic application by developing ultra-thin, high-efficient, ultra-thin, flexible, and stable solar cell. So to achieve such ambitious goal, I develop a novel optically thick but physically thin solar cells. Before going into main presentation, I just want to give a brief highlights of my scientific career. I did my bachelor in electrical and electronic engineering in Bangladesh, and then I went to South Korea where I did my master's. And during my master's, I work on developing nanoscale printing technology in collaboration with Samsung. And then I moved to Portugal, where I completed my PhD this year. And my PhD topic was photon-enhanced solar cells. And just after I completed my PhD, I came to the US and joined the world-renowned Renewable Energy Center at NREL. And now I'm working here towards high-efficient tandem solar cell. So what are the motivation behind my work? It was like some thought that the major application of solar energy could be a solar power plant, but when we deploy solar energy in solar power plant, it need to compete with other fossil oil-based solar power plant. But in compared to other fossil oil-based power plant, the solar power plant requires large amount area, and so it can lead to destruction of forest and also maybe destruction of farming land or such thing. And that is an example that happened in Portugal a few years back, that to give the space of this large area for building a solar power plant, they kill a lot of innocent animal. So what are the application of solar energy? So it means we all know that sun is everywhere, so we have sunshine everywhere. So photovoltaic should be decentralized and apply in varieties of application, kind of like solar module in the loft roof and on the car, or in many other applications. And besides that, since we have a sunshine everywhere, we can bring this solar energy close to the consumer. This so we can avoid transmission loss from power distribution from long distance. That we cannot do with other technologies. So we have a disadvantage with solar. We can see that not only that solar energy can deploy in a solar roof or car, it has opening like a lot of different application in consumer product, like building integrated photovoltaic and laptop, backpack, and many other. And for that, what are the feature we need to implement is like it has to be lightweight, because no one want to carry a backpack with a heavy solar module. So what we have to do, we have to minimize the thickness of the solar module so that we can increase the flexibility and also and reduce the weight. So how we can achieve such goal? For that, we need to apply photonic strategy, because this way we can improve performance while reducing solar thickness, and also we can, since we will consume less materials, we can reduce also cost, and also due to photonic feature, we can improve power density and long-term stability, and also this way we can incorporate the ultra-thin high-efficient solar cell for consumer application. So let's discuss the work I developed during my PhD. In my first work, I developed two novel photonic feature, DOMS and voice structure, and now I optimize this feature, and we see that compared to planar cells, our photonic enhanced cells give like almost 25% to 27% enhancement, particular for ultra-thin 250 nanometer perovskite cells compared to conventional 500 thicker cell. So you can see using photonic structure, we can reduce the thickness of perovskite. It means we can increase mechanical flexibility, because this way we can reduce the physical layer of the solar cell, but by increasing the optical thickness, because when this is a flat layer, there is a very high rigidity, but when we can structure the cells, we can increase, we can reduce the rigidity and increase the flexibility. So and our enhancement was close to the maximum possible theoretical limit, so we show that our designs are very efficient. We also develop we develop polar lithography process to replicate such DOMS and void structure by following 4 steps. And also you can see here the final absorption profile for a photonic cell and the reference cell. So you can see our photonic cell outperform the reference cells throughout the spectrum. But in the UV spectrum, at first glance, it seems feel that photonic enhanced cells negatively impact the performance in the UV. But one should know that perovskite solar cell is highly sensitive to UV, and this way we see that our photonic enhanced cell not only increase the performance, but also block harmful UV. This way we can also increase the cell's stability, which is very crucial to be commercialized, this type of solar cell. And this way, by reducing thickness of the perovskite, we can reduce 50% of environmental toxicity that contains in perovskite compound, and also we can increase, as I talked, like a threefold improvement in flexibility. We can see how light passes to when it passes to structure cell and when it passes to the flash cell. You can see when it passes to light, it's just changing along the illumination axis, but when light passes to structure, it not only changes the illumination but also light scatter sideways. And this sideways means how much light scatter as more scattered, we have higher optical path length, so we have more time to absorb and subsequently increase the performance, which will this can be helpful to understanding my later work. Here, as I discussed in the previous slide, that our photonic structure block UV. So how we can utilize this otherwise lost UV photons by without harming the cells? So we deploy a luminescent downshifting feature. Like this way, we can convert that UV photon into visible spectrum. Here you can see here before luminescent downshifting. there is an intense absorption in the TI2, and then we convert to this absorption to the perovskite. As one thing you should know that the light absorbed by solar cell means here perovskite only contribute to the electrical current. So this way we can reduce the absorption in the interface of the TI2, where perovskite is sensitive to degrade upon the UV radiation. So here we optimize this process, and we can see that we can reduce 80% of UV photon. We can increase UV stability significantly, and also we can improve slight photocurrent in the perovskite bulk, like kind of 0.6 millimeter. But because it looks very little, because you know that in the UV spectrum the total photocurrent is very low compared to total spectrum. And you also see, as I said, we can reduce almost 80% of UV photon. And then we move to more industry-friendly approach here. Instead of applying photonic feature on the final device of perovskite in the front contact, here we develop the photonic feature on the substrate. This way we can make a photonic integration independent. So it means like in PPS case, if we want to develop structure in clean room, we have to somehow put a protected layer in between photonic structure and the perovskite layer. But here, since we first make a structure on the substrate, and then we will deposit conformally the cells on the PPS lipid substrate. So there is no problem with colloidal lithography. But in other cases, colloidal lithography, since use water, one need to use the protected layer. So here we studied for different cells and different configuration, different material. Here you see our silver metal contact platform as well as gold metal. So one can replace cheaper silver to gold. And also I see our nickel metal contact, although perform poorly compared to other two metal contact, but it's still photonic enhanced cell with nickel metal contact perform better than planar reference cell without photonic structure. And also we studied how these solar cells with photonic and structured solar cell behave against large incident angle, and we see photonic cell also outperform planar cell in larger angle. So it means this is highly relevant for flexible application, because for flexible device it has to be bent, and then so our cell will not performance of our cell will not drop with the bending of the cells. Also, as we say, we can reduce 40% environment toxic lead that contains various compound, and also we can increase for improvement in flexibility. And then we just didn't stop there, that just to see the performance, but we want to see why we are getting this performance, because people thought when you apply photonic enhance and you have a very dense absorption, it will not translate to electrical performance because it will be wasted due to thermalization. But here we started by conceptual design, the real device with the photonic structure, and also conceptually making homogeneous to see how these two perform. And we see this homogeneous and homogeneous performs identical, and also 1D 3D simulation also perform identical, because it's very highly relevant also for industrial, because they can just use 1D with a short period of time, they can analyze all the performance. And with such, our photonic structure shows that it can achieve with the 300 nanometer ultra thin cell can achieve 30%. But even with the practical cell, because this performance can be dropped due to recombination, still it performs higher than state of the art, 26%. Then we verify our theoretical prediction in real device to see how really it performs in real device, and we see here still is in initial stage, and still that we can improve 20% photocurrent enhancement, and also power conversion efficiency to up to 66%. But I think still there is still much room to improve. But one thing is clear, that this should be the moving forward to new emerging photovoltaic research, because this way we can bring we can bring solar cell in consumer oriented product by reducing thickness and improving performance. and feasibility. And then we move forward to, from photonic structure to simple gating lines. Research, it was thought that with simple gating lines you cannot improve performance because it doesn't couple multiple resonance at once. But we saw that by designing a simple gating line, but by breaking the symmetry and cleverly design, we can improve performance as much as the ideally most theoretical powerful photonic feature like a supercell. And here we see our checkerboard pattern with simple design. We can increase a remarkable 125% per current enhancement in 1 microcrystal silicon solar cell. And we didn't stop here. We explore why this achievement we got. Here we can see this is a 2 Fourier profile for these two. One is complex, one that is you cannot fabricate using industrial friendly fabrication method, and one other is a simple one that you can fabricate by laser technology or nano printing. But we can see also QC random has a high rich Fourier profile, but our checkerboard also can couple almost a similar Fourier space, but maybe it's less optical mode compared to quasi-random, but the intensity of those mode that our checkerboard couple is much higher than the quasi-random. This way we see that we combine the effect of strong mode and weak mode and the Fourier space, we see that the two is same. Like here we make a correlation between this Fourier series and the performance. We saw this quasi-random and checkerboard is in the same zone. But okay, further I should say that our optimal is if we reduce the etching depth, our checkerboard performance increase and quasi-random performance decrease. So checkerboard can outperform complex supercell in real device. And then subsequently we applied this in perovskite solar cell, and we saw similar kind of performance. And we also developed experimental luminescent downshifting materials, and we see using this luminescent downshifting material, lathanite europium, like we completely can block a photon and convert to perovskite, like we see in the form. And also, like it's a photonic cell can improve high density absorption compared to planar cell. So subsequently high performance. And here the summary of the result, and we see our light tapping cell with our checkerboard pattern can
Forgive me for interrupting, but please wrap up.
I finished. This is
run over
this is
the
last
10 minutes,
slide.
okay?
It's finished, this one.
Thank you.
So we can see we have remarkable gains in power conversion and photocurrent, and also we can block almost more than 80% of UV radiation. So we can see we can improve stability significantly, and also reduce 50% of experimental toxicity, and also threefold improvement in device flexibility. And our work also attracted international recognition. It published in different, like more than 150 news items, and also in scientific news article. And also our work attracted different companies that now we are working in collaboration. So thank you so much for your time. Feel free to ask any question.
Thank you, Sirazul, for your presentation. Now back to the experts. And Jerry, any questions? Professor Thomas, can you hear me? Do you have a question?
Maybe I start. Thank you very much for this interesting talk. You were a little bit fast, basically at all parts of the talk, but the interesting thing I missed concerning the structuring here. Can you say a little bit how you do it, what technologies you use? I saw on the second or third slide you use reactive ion etching based on a mask with colloidal particles, or there was a second technology. Yeah, here it was pretty small. So I was wondering in how far this is suitable for a large-scale application, and how you can perform this scale up, and what the sample size was that you manufactured in real samples.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. Yes, I went first because I had only 10 minutes to, and it's a PhD work compared to master's, a little bit larger. So yeah, here we develop with my colleague colloidal lithography process. So this way we can fabricate this structure. Here, colloidal lithography is more. Is still in early stage, but is compatible with mass production because in first process you need to use a long wood project to deposit polystyrene sphere, and then you need to use reactive ion etching and lift up to remove the unnecessary the part of the sphere. So and use stay with the remaining structure. So considering the performance, because first we developed this on amorphous silicon, and the performance in experimental cells are almost similar to optical cells, and it was around 20%. So if you compare with the performance gain and this technology, and because it doesn't need any clean room, like extremely clean process, so I believe it can be useful.
Okay. But I'm interrupting because I have a second question. Basically, in your last slide, which gave some details or showed some details concerning this downshifting material that you use. This must be something that is absorbing UV light and converting it to visible light or something, and then, but at the same time, it must be rather transparent in the visible spectrum. This must be some sort of oxide ceramics or something doped with what is this, europium here?
Yes, yes, you are absolutely right. Like europium is just emitter materials. It will be deposited in inorganic and organic and inorganic hybrid materials that has also, as is transparent, and also refractive index around 1.5. So this way, it will you will not only able to improve performance by emitting UV photon into visible wavelength, but also you can improve interreflection properties by matching the refractive index with photocopy.
This is something inorganic that you use, or organic?
The host materials that we did is organic. It's called organic inorganic resin. Okay. And then we deposit this europium inside the host materials.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Professor João, I believe you have a question.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations. So this is a very much out of scope of my area. So I was, just astonished with what we were talking about. So my questions are really, down to earth, and it's very simple. How close is this? Is it to being used in real solar panels? So first question: how close is this, to being used in real life? Second question: it seems you can get a 30% efficiency. So how does this compare to existing panels, and what is the value of this to the end customer? So if I want to buy a solar panel, why should I go for this one and not for another one?
Okay, thank you. Both questions are really interesting. Okay, how close we are to the to apply this photonic enhanced solar cell in module lab, at module level. Here, first, we did a very rigorous theoretical study in terms of photonic, in terms of solar cell performance, and also how the light scattering occur. So here you can see that now we are in the stage of implementing those prediction or this knowledge into lab cells. So here we are fabricating it is in the first stage that we have collaboration with Italy. So we here in first stage we see that we use a white coating method, but here we cannot fabricate the conformal structure regularly. little bit irregular. So this way, our performance gain is not up to the mark yet, but maybe we can use industrial methods sputtering, so we can improve performance. But this at least show that this is the moving forward to new emerging photovoltaic application. This one. Another, the second question is about the efficiency. Here, since our reference cell was very efficient, so with our photon structure, we reached to the 30%, which are much higher than the state of the art. So since using this photonic structure, you can also reduce the consumption of the materials. So overall, this photonic feature, although it adds process technology, but overall the reducing consumption of materials and one step of technology will minimize cost. There will be no higher cost for this process technology. So we believe we will have similar cost that of existing material, but much higher performance and with very thin cells. So the user will get a very lightweight, efficient cells with low cost price.
Thank you. Thank you, Sirazul. We will now proceed with Catarina Souza. Catarina holds a PhD in bioenergy from the Nova School of Science and Technology from the University of Lisbon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to all. I'm very pleased to be here. It's not... Oh, okay. And I would like to thank Fraunhofer for the opportunity. So, this work was about bioremediation of agroindustrial effluents by microbiology. So, we have high environmental concerns about the discharge of agroindustrial effluents because they have a high risk of eutrophisation of the environmentals, and they can contaminate them with many pathogens in soils and, again, aquatic environmentals. So we need to have alternatives to the conventional treatment of these effluents, and they have to be simple, effective, and really with low cost. And they have to be capable of removing mineral components. So the objective of the work was treat several agroindustrial effluents: cattle, swine, poultry, aquaculture, and a landfill leachate. The idea was to use the biomass algae that was produced in treating these effluents and use it for aquaculture feed, so as a supplement, as a biofertilizer, and in an energy point of view, using the algal biomass to produce biochars, and use it or studied the use of them as biofuels, bioabsorbents, and biofertilizers. Here we have a slide that summarizes what was done. It's important to mention that most agroindustrial effluents are heavily loaded with organic matter, with high suspended and dissolved solids, and high nitrogen and phosphorus. So we have to do a pre-treatment of them before to give them to, or before we give the algae to these effluents. Otherwise, they it will be toxic for them, and with the lack of transparency of the medium, they couldn't do the photosynthesis. So we have to do a pretreatment. And normally what it's usually to do, it's dilution. It's always an idea. So many works, they dilute the problem, basically. So our approach was a bit different. So use biomass ash, it's waste also, to make the suspended solids and the organics precipitate. So we have this pretreatment, and we have a pretreat effluent, and then we have a precipitate. And we use both because we don't want to let nothing to do. So the pretreated effluent, we give them to the algae and they remediate it. What is important to say, it's just the bovine, swine, poultry, and the leachate, we did the pretreatment. The aquaculture, because it was not so heavy, not so highly contaminated, so we didn't need to do the pretreatment. So this is the part of the treatments. And then the application part. We have the biomass algae, and we did the feed on the mussels. So we try the supplementation to the mussels. We made germination trials. To fertilize, we made the torrefaction, and we obtained biochars, and we test them to fuels, fertilizer, and adsorbents. This part of torrefaction I won't explain it today because it's very long, so I won't have time. But I think the main part that I think it's the most important, it's the pretreatment and what we achieve with that. So the 4 effluents that need the pretreatment, that is the biomass ash that we put in the different concentrations and in the different effluents. And as you can see, it has a very big difference, and it was just 1 hour. So we put the ashes, and 1 hour later, you just let them precipitate, and you have a precipitate, it's here, and you have the liquid. This liquid, you can put the algae here because they will grow, and they grow. They really grow. So, we can pass to the main results with the pretreatment. As you can see, the optical density, it decreased a lot with the pretreatment, but also in the analytic parameters, nitrogen, phosphorus, and cod, it also decreased. So it won't be toxic for the algae, and they could grow in these pretreated effluents. Here, you can see the bioremediation with microalgae. They also made a very good job. As you can see, they remove all the nitrogen, or almost. Well, landfill leachate is a very, very difficult effluent to treat. But even this one, they could remove almost all of the nutrients, and all of them could be discharged. So it's a very good point to reach, and that is the main goal. It's that you can discharge these effluents. And as you can see, almost all are very high in the remediated parameters. Here we can see the production, the productivity of the microalgae. As you can see, they grow much more in the aquaculture. This one, swan and poultry, had a little bit less productivity. It was in these two effluents that pretreatment take the nutrients. So we had less nitrogen and phosphorus in these two because of the pretreatment, and maybe that was the reason that they don't grow so much and here and here. Landfill leachate, it's always a problem, so they don't grow very much. Even so, they could remediate it. Here you can see the main characteristics of the algae. They have a lot of organic and mineral, but it's normal because we treat the effluent with ash, so it's normal to have minerals. We have a bit of carbohydrates and lipids, maybe higher than we should, but that it suggests some stress of the culture in these effluents, but they managed it. In application, concerning applications, we fed the mussels with the algae grown in aquaculture effluent and in synthetic medium to compare. And as you can see, they grow much more in the, well, not much more, but they prefer, they grow more, they gain more weight, and the shell length was bigger in the case of the aquaculture effluent, more than in the synthetic medium. So it's a good result.
1 minute.
Here in the biostimulating applications, as you can see, here it's the control, and almost all of the algae contribute positively to the germination of the seeds. Much better in the aquaculture, but all of them has good results. Sometimes the watercress have a little toxicity in the case of the half gram per liter of the algae, but it was a very good result. Here you can see what happened with the precipitates that we also use it as a fertilizer. The results are not so good, as you can see, but even so, it's not a bad result. It was better in the case of cattle and poultry precipitate. And when you use ashes, it's the gray line. When you use directly the ash that you use to do the pretreatment, the result it's not a good result, as you can see, and it has toxicity to the algae, to the seeds. Concluding. So we can see that the pretreatment has a very promising results. We could decrease the suspended and dissolved solids, and we could decrease the organic load of the effluents. We have a very high production of biomass, and we could also reduce the nutrients in the effluents. The algal biomass has a balanced composition, so we could give it to the animals. So to the mussels, we are sure we could. We think we could give to cows and poultry and so. And we have excellent results in seed germination. As future work, it will be important to study more technologies of this kind, simple but with using other ways to solve than dilution. mixing the agro-industrial effluents could be an alternative, so we could solve problems like lack of nitrogen or something, so we could mix them. And test the algal biomass in animal feed, not just with mussels. And also use the precipitates in the real soils, because we use it in petri dishes, so it's a different way. So, it's this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Darina? Okay, please. I think it's okay now.
Thank you, Katarina, for your presentation. I have some doubts. The first step, the pre-treatment step, is with ashes from algae. No.
From pine, it's pine ash.
Oh, okay.
For the ceramic bricks.
Okay.
When you cook the ceramic bricks, you use pellets and it's pellets from pine. So the ash, it's ash
a residue. It's a residue from other
it's
industry. Okay.
And you use it to make the pretreatment.
Okay. And this precipitation is an adsorption process. Is a physical process.
Yes, it's more physical because when you add the biomass ash, you hide the pH.
Okay.
And then the dissolved and the suspended solids will coagulate and precipitate.
Okay.
And that is the reason that the ash is very different from the precipitate.
Okay.
And as you can see in the results of when you test the seeds, they couldn't really grow in the ash when you had the ash, but when you had the precipitate, it was okay, and we had good results.
Okay. And you used effluents from animals' production. So
exactly. It was from bovine. It was the shroom, not shroom. How do you call it in English? I'm sorry. Strum mesmo. I don't remember the word. But it was really the animal.
Feces.
Yes, exactly. In that case, we have to dilute a bit because it's solid.
Yes.
And they couldn't grow in solid. But we dilute 5 times, and we could have the water completely transparent after the precipitation.
Okay.
Completely transparent. So we could use this water to irrigate, to clean the facilities. So
okay, but the question that I was raising was exactly that one. Did you test the microbiological quality of that water before addressing these applications?
No, but we weren't very worried about it, because when you put the ashes in the effluent, what happens is the pH goes to 13. So everything it's
more or less.
Or more or less everything.
You have to do that because one of the questions about using animal feces treating animal feces is that you can find there resistant microorganisms that if you don't eliminate or if you don't impair their viability, they will be then in the environment, in the applications that you are planning. So, and also in the other applications that you plan for the water or whatever. So you have to test it because the pH is not so efficient in killing all the microorganisms. There are microorganisms that are able to range in a high range of pH, to grow in a high range of pH. So this is something that you should look
really tests.
a little bit,
Tests.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
And I had another question that was the precipitate. What type of tests that you did in the precipitate regarding the content of this precipitate? Because then you use the precipitate to supply to the animal to feed.
No, the precipitate we just use to as a fertilizer.
Okay.
So we tested with watercress and with seeds.
Okay.
And,
test for spores in the
test for?
spores, microorganism
No, no, no,
spores.
we didn't
No,
test
but
it.
you should test for spores in the precipitate, okay? Because that's a risk factor also.
We didn't test it, but well, and we just observed the cultures, and there was just algae. And then later we have something more like bacteria, but it's a normal, because when you have algae, normally you have bacteria.
Yeah, symbiotic.
But we never detected fungus or, well, other things that could be there. But we were, we were quite confident.
Focus on that.
Yes, on the pH, because, well, it seems that nothing would really resist to.
If you have bacteria that are able to produce spores,
yes,
the spores will survive, for
Resist.
instance. And there are bacteria that are able to survive in a high pH range. So
okay.
just look a little bit on that, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Via Zoom, we have a question. Professor Thomas.
Yeah, Katharina, thank you very much for this interesting contribution again. I would also extend the previous remark a bit from the microbiological view also to the chemical view. So did you check for any unwanted chemicals of anthropogenic nature, such as antibiotics? Because with the tests you did, you cannot really exclude that they proliferate into the muscles, into all the organisms that you then afterwards expose to the water. Presumably, you did not check this in the first place. You did all. I would guess that at least I did not see any information on that.
Test for antibiotics. We tested for all kind of minerals and heavy metals. So we know that we don't have heavy metals. Even in the landfill leachate, because it was a landfill leachate that was not, it was an industrial, but it was not with heavy metals, so we didn't have it. So it was not a problem, but we didn't test for antibiotics. No.
Nevertheless, I mean, there are issues with microbes and also these pesticides, for example, stuff, and antibiotics. But your technology could be really a very important part of the puzzle for treating water, because all the brute force technologies that we know, like advanced oxidation or so, they struggle when the water is heavily polluted, which means it always needs pre-treatment. And then if we have almost clean water, then we can actually apply advanced oxidation, put in ozone into the water to basically remove all the chemicals that we do not want. So combining your world basically with the traditional conventional approaches could be extremely interesting. So congratulations to this work. The last question is: do you have any specific requirements for the ashes that you use? Test different ones, or how did you come up with the selection of the ones that you used?
I don't know if I really understood the question, but it was what was the nature of the ashes? No?
Yeah, requisites. What are the conditions that you need for these ashes?
It was not. We didn't choose it for a reason. It was on the lab because we received a lot of wastes, and we thought, well, why not to try these ones in the effluents, and we have a very good result. So we tried them in different proportions and in different effluents, but it was a coincidence. It was we are not choosing that kind of ash. We received it because it was a problem, because it was a waste and it has to be treated. So why not try to treat them all?
Sorry, how much do you use approximately from 1 liter of water?
We use, for landfill leachate, it's the one that needs more ashes, we use 160 grams per liter. It's a lot. But for the poultry and swine, we use it 8 grams per liter. 80 grams per liter, and the bovine, I don't want to be wrong, but I think it was 100 grams per liter. I don't remember exactly, but it was like that.
Yeah, he was just thanking. You were muted, Thomas, but he was just thanking. Professor João, do you have a question?
It's a follow-up on the previous question. It's a very fast. Congratulations. It's a very first question. Do you think, I know that you did not do it, do you think you can tune the hash to the actual effluent? What I mean is, do you think you can get the ashes from different sources? Maybe they would perform better to treat specific type of effluents? Do you think this is possible? Like choosing the right ash for the right effluent? So that's the question.
Yes, I think it's possible, and maybe it would be nice to try that, to try different ashes, because you have a lot of ashes from different natures, and all of them are a problem to treat. So I think yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Question here?
I don't know if you hear me. I'm not an expert on this type of things, but one of my worries is that when I see with this lack of water on the rivers and on lakes, etc., everything becomes green, full of microalgae, and that kills the fish and kills the life on that environment. Do you think that ashes could be a solution for rivers?
I think ashes could be a solution for the pre-treatment, but only. Yeah. Because they solve a big problem that they really decrease the organic load and suspended and dissolved solids. But we try a lot of we try in different effluents and with different charges, and we never obtain the complete remediation. So we always have to do another step. We use the microalgae, we can use another organism or another technology, but we couldn't achieve the discharge limits just with the ash.
Another challenge? Thank you, Catarina.
Thank
now
you.
Closing the PhD category and the presentations in general, we have Inês Cunha. Inês recently concluded her PhD in nanotechnologies and nanosciences from the Nova School of Science and Technology at the University of Lisbon.
Thank you very much. So, of course, I couldn't start this presentation before acknowledging my supervisors, Professor Luís Pereira and Professor Rodrigo Martins. Although they are not here, I believe they are actually supporting this initiative. And what I'm doing here, so first, my name is Inês Cunha. Raquel already presented me, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at CENIMAT Research Group, and I'm working in the field of sustainable electronics. So my role today is basically to share some ideas with you of how we can use nature to basically use as an unlimited source of inspiration towards sustainable development. But we need to understand, First, we need to understand the problems that we are facing, right? So the sustainable model of fabricating electronic devices has led to an over-harvesting of natural resources and also an increase of electronic waste. And we are much aware that billions of people around the world are using a lot of electronic devices, and therefore it's more than predictable that this number keeps rising. And just to have an idea, in 2016, more than 45 megatons of electronic waste were generated, or the equivalent of 89 Burj Khalifa towers. But only from all this amount, 20% are documented to be recycled, and Asia was the region that generated by far the largest amount of electronic waste. In this regard, for a global society that is totally consumed by consumerism, we need to promote circular economy models in which the electronic waste is treated as a resource rather than waste. And so, changing the way these items are made could have a major impact. And to do so, we can integrate greener materials and greener technologies. And nature is absolutely a powerful engine for electronic sustainability. Let's think about wood as raw material. Things like paper and cardboard come to our mind, but there is plenty of more things to do with that material. And this is thanks to technological advances that actually wood can be an alternative to conventional plastics, okay? But what is the magic here? The magic relies on its major component, that is cellulose. Cellulose is recognized as one of the best alternative materials to face the current challenge of electronic waste. And this is in line with the 12th of the Sustainable Development Goals. But why choosing cellulose? Cellulose is the most abundant and renewable biopolymer resource on Earth, and it's quite versatile, this material. There are plenty of strategies at our disposal to scientists and engineers to transform cellulose from trees and also from wood pulp waste, okay, that we can chemically modify its properties, its shape, its form, and can be easily processed into fibers, films, membranes, and also hydrogels. Besides, cellulose and also paper are compatible with printing and coating manufacturing technologies that are scalable to industrial level and also compatible with roll-to-roll fabrication. And this is quite remarkable because this means basically that this enables the mass production of a new generation of sustainable devices, smart systems actually, that in the end are low power, affordable, flexible, and customizable. It can be integrated into everyday objects, such as packaging. So all these concepts are successfully merged in this work by finding proper strategies to explore cellulose and to boost its potential, either used as an active material and or passive material, envisioning a brighter and greener future for electronics. So our strategy relies on the development of a cellulose-based hydrogel sticker that is fully compatible with circular economy strategies, meaning that is fully recyclable, repairable, and reusable. And these hydrogels are prepared through a green chemistry approach that relies on an environmentally friendly and efficient dissolution process of cellulose. And what we have in the end is something that possesses high ionic conductivity, a reasonable transparency, a soft and sticky surface, and can be easily molded as plasticine. So it can be applied on the fly through a cut, peel, and stick process, basically as a sticker. So these unique features make them quite interesting to be explored in low-power electronic applications, and this includes devices such as transistors and circuits. So transistors basically are the building blocks of the digital revolution, and the integration of these stickers basically will have a key role in the transistor's operation when explored as ionic conductors and electrical insulators. But besides this ready-to-use sticker, we have to, in the fabrication of these transistors using printing technologies, this requires basically the formulation of innovative inks that will incorporate other functional materials with tailored electrical properties. So what we've done in our institute is to develop a water-based ink that is loaded with zinc oxide nanoparticles that displays semiconducting properties. The remarkable thing about this ink is that it's fully compatible with conventional office paper substrates that we use in our daily life, okay? And it's compatible also with screen printing strategy that is conventionally used in textiles industry. So this basically relies on a process and in which we transfer a pattern onto a substrate using nothing less, nothing more than a screen mesh, an ink, and a squeegee. So believe me or not, in just 3 steps, in just a few minutes, we are able to fabricate a fully functional transistor on paper. So to do so, we start printing the carbon electrodes there that you see in that schematics with a planar configuration for simplicity of design. We have to dry these materials because we are printing also on paper and the ink has solvents related with its composition. Then we move to the printing of our homemade ink loaded with zinc oxide nanoparticles. It dries instantaneously on paper. And then we move to the integration of our hydrogel sticker, just laminated on top of the devices. Now, if you want to integrate this in further applications such as circuits to display logical functions, we can integrate, in this case, use ubiquitous calligraphy accessories such as a pencil or a commercially available rollerball pen that is loaded with silver conductive materials. So we basically draw and pattern conductive and resistive lines. So what we have is circuits that operate with just less than 3 volts, making them compatible with suitable portable power supplies such as thin film batteries, and this makes them suitable also for portable applications. Considering all the materials that involve this process, they are fully compatible with recycling strategies. So what we have is basically a user-friendly and safe manufacturing strategy that offers freedom of design to basically fabricate personal electronic products. And this without requiring basically sophisticated facilities nor skilled individuals, and more importantly, without generating waste. So, the findings of this work basically offers a cost-effective solution to fabricate smart packaging products, such as, for instance, perishable food would be an example, where we integrate circuitry, sensors, a thin film battery, and the RFID tag to basically provide valuable information to the consumer, and also with this monitor the quality and storage conditions of the product. Now, in what we are working on at this moment, we are now integrating materials such as natural cellulose-based porous composites such as cork or wood that can be used as sensing materials capable of detecting changes in the environment, such as pressure, temperature, humidity, as an example. Okay? We can also integrate, and this is essential if you want something that is safe and hygienic for consumers in terms of packaging, that is something that is waterproofing and also antibacterial. So we can use, in this case, a biopolymer that is chemically extracted from cork that is suberin. So this combination of features basically will help extending the lifetime of the products while reducing food waste, preventing food poisoning, and ensuring consumers' safety and with minimal impact to the environment. And at Sanimat, we are already establishing the roots to explore cork as an interesting material for this type of applications, and the results have been quite promising. So, for now, I hope to keep in touch with your audience and later on also have a nice discussion with the experts in this area. And just a curiosity, we have here a QR code where you can have more information to basically check later what we have been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judges, experts for our final interventions. Any questions to Inês? Yes.
Okay. Inês, thank you very much for your presentations and congratulations. I don't know, Thomas was putting the hands up. Yeah, everything is fine, or yeah, okay. One question, and I mean it's a little bit difficult to frame, but let me try to do it. So, you inspired us. That was what you promised to do, and you accomplished. Thank you very much for that. I understand that you have limitations when it comes to confidentiality and protection of some of the things that are in here. But, well, we do know, well, some well-known personalities of the national environment that work in this area, right? So let me ask you a question that is, what was then your contribution to this work that we can award today?
Okay, sorry, you were talking in a broad way in the things that okay. So actually the PhD is a bit complex in terms of what we have been developing. So I'm talking about strategies, about materials, and I have a nice topic in the chapter of the thesis where I have like a kind of design thinking about all the things that I've been doing regarding to achieve this type of paper devices that is quite challenging to have applicable in electronics, okay? This is one of the things. So we have work done in materials. The strategies that we have to use in terms of cellulose processing is something that, of course, we have to take advantage about also our scientific community offers in terms of technologies, about the technologies they are using to do this. And the the paper industry, for instance, is so much mature, so we can take advantage about the amount of papers that are available at our disposal to explore and combine the technologies which we have. In terms of manufacturing approaches, we are trying to simplify the best as we can in terms of the way we offer some user-friendly manufacturing approaches to simplify in terms of cost, in terms of consumption of energy, and if we look to something that requires high-performance devices in electronics, we are talking about processes that are quite very costly, requires someone that is mature and skilled in that type of technologies, and the time required to produce a transistor, as an example that I have there, and also on paper, can take more. Just to print or to deposit one layer can take 3 hours. I'm talking about a process that in just 1 hour can print an entire device. So this is something that I believe, using paper, cellulose, that is quite challenging in electronics, and with this type of approaches, can serve and can pave the way to serve, I would say, this application. Smart packaging would be our focus for now.
In your work, did you study or advance a specific area? Okay.
Yes. In the part of the cellulose itself, the hydrogel that I was presenting, so I was studying strategies to dissolve cellulose. It's quite tricky, okay? Cellulose is quite complex material in terms of these specific strategies to develop the hydrogels I was mentioning, and to have this kind of skills like being a repairable material, something that if we mechanically damage for some reason, we can basically bring the pieces together. It's something that is new with these materials, and it's something that we can apply the concept behind. I believe it's quite unique also. And then also regarding the achievements of the circuits, I believe I'm stressing again this point. It was very difficult in science community to have something applied on paper just using printing technologies, okay? It's something that was, as far as I know, it was not achieved. And combined one extra feature that I didn't stress well in this work, that is, it's regarding the flexibility of devices. If you want something that is applicable in smart packaging, in a simple or packaging as an overall, needs to be flexible and withstand have some type of robustness. So this is something that we have also been working on, and we achieved with this type of approaches once again. The ink, in this case, that I was stressing.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Nish.
Hello.
I have two questions. One may be difficult for you to answer, is when you say we, are you speaking about a group of work that worked on the basis of what was developed previously in paper transistors towards industrializing it, or who is we?
The we here, when I mention we work in collaboration in the research institute. Of course, we have other colleagues For instance, the nanoparticles that I was mentioning, I was not responsible for that part, so I have to have a collaboration. And this is nice because it's a shortcut to have something that is feasible in the end, right? Everybody agrees with me. And the second thing, in the part of the paper transistors, is something that we are talking since 2008, and we have been developing and stressing the part of the papers industry is quite critical here because we are exploring several types of paper, and this type of collaboration is needed, certainly. And we have a specific PhD, a postdoctoral researcher, actually, at this moment that is working in Alma Science, and she did a huge work precisely just studying paper to have the best performance for this type of electronic devices. So we work as a group, and we have also to stress there is collaboration.
Ongoing development to real application. Okay, thank you. The second point is based on my experience on the 3D printing. We have made several trials, very interesting results of printing cellulose. And the weakness of that has been identified as being the low temperature of high burning, of ignition. Is that a point that you studied?
No, I'm not addressing 3D printing.
I mean cellulose. On the 3D printing side, that was the point. But on the transistor side, I don't know if that was also studied. That's my question.
No, the part of the temperature, I mean.
Yeah.
Here, actually, the part of temperature we realized for the films that we have, you're talking, sorry, about the printed films that combine also cellulose? Sorry.
It was an initiative of cellulose, one of the owners of cellulose manufacturing. And the results in terms of the comfortable touch of the objects produced is really interesting. The easiness of printing also. So the results are really interesting. That has not been turned into a saleable product, the filament, in terms of common use because of the low temperature of ignition. And so the danger of that. And that's why I'm asking, we try to imitate nature as you inspired us. So in terms of nature, my worry is if on adding these results of your study into real devices, if that is also a problem in terms of the temperature for ignition.
Yes, okay. Well, for this, actually, yes, I have a ring bell here now. So in terms of temperature, it was something that actually it was not, it was limited, for instance, until 80 degrees, the studies that we have, because we were noticing not the paper, but the hydrogel, since the amount of water that we are trapping inside, yes, would be a problem. So in that case, if we have an application where it's not supposed to withstand such high temperatures, if the hydrogel is for some reason damaged, we can basically peel it off and just put a new one. That case would be repaired. But yeah, definitely the temperature is still a problem.
So my recommendation is study that.
Yes, and cork maybe.
Before industrializing.
Yes.
I hope this is a good solution. I wish you all the good results because that would be good for everything.
I hope so. Thank you. It's inspiring, that comment. Thank you.
Any final questions? No? So João, did you have a question?
I had one. In the meantime, I think it was answered. Basically, what I don't see myself drawing transistors, but thinking about how close is this technology to the market. What you were describing was using, like a regular pen to write at home in the papers that I have there for the printer, and drawing electronics, simple transistors, and so maybe you can make simple circuits and making some experiments. Did you ever think about using this for education? Does it make sense? I don't know. It's a question.
I didn't understand the question. I didn't understand, sorry.
I'm sorry. So, some of the pictures you have in your slides, you have several, I think 4 steps where you can use a pen to draw a circuit using some kind of gel in the regular paper, and you can draw transistors. My question is, can you draw other circuits?
In this case we were drawing, but it's something that we can assemble actually to make it more customizable, like a 2D printing process. If we assemble a pencil, in this case we would decrease, for instance, the human influence in that case, because every person can write in a different way. So we have to check, for instance, if you are using a pencil to draw a resistance, in this case to connect the transistor to basically a resistance in this situation, we have to check with a multimeter or something that provides valuable information, right? So this is something that we have to instruct someone that is using this type of technologies, in that case, to make the circuit viable to be operational in this case.
Sorry to interrupt you. How close is this to using what you've just described, to put it in a school, in a laboratory at school, to teach students, how these things work? Electronic circuit that you can draw a resistor, a transistor, a very small amplifier, so that they can draw it and make an experiment.
We didn't go into amplifiers or would say ring oscillators, but it's the way now in terms of work. We have to work in that case the part of the transistor design to have a better performance, electrical performance in that case, to achieve more complex circuits, although the the ring oscillator is not so complex. And we are implementing at school sometimes during the classes something that we can teach basically the students in a very easy way how to implement, just in one class, in a simple class, how to basically develop electronic devices. So in terms of didactic applications, yes, it's useful. In terms of more something that is for high performance, we can take advantage about the inks that we have, the stickers, and still making them feasible to be integrated in something more like a everyday product, the packaging, as I was in simplifying here.
I think that means you answered the question. Any final questions, or should we move on? Thank you, Inês. We have met, this is it, we have met our 6 finalists and their ideas, their winning ideas. So it's now time for the judges and experts to meet and deliberate. And we invite you all to enjoy a great coffee break. And we'll meet here in 20 minutes, around 5:40, to know first, second, and third places. Hello. Sí. We're back, and finally, for the moment we all have been waiting for, so to announce the closing speech and the ceremony, the closing ceremony, let's say, our president of the Executive Board of Fraunhofer Portugal, Liliana Ferreira.
Thank you very much. I don't want to delay more the process. We are already a little bit delayed, but I will not announce the winners. Our jury will do that. Our panel of experts will do that. I will support. But of course, before we end, just a final thank you, repeated but very important, to everyone that has participated in this session. And well, I could do it in here in the middle, but I do it already now because you will not listen to me anymore. This is common. Just my normal thank you to this amazing team in here. I know that Raquel was very nervous to do this today. It was perfect. Thank you very much, Raquel, for also accepting this challenge. And we have in here our team of communication, let's call it like that, designers, and Susanne, who does this also from day one, I would say, and never failed, also in here too. So thank you very much to you all for your Very good. To announce the master winners, or the master ranking, the master winners ranking, I would ask Francisco Carvalho, Aurora, and Anna to please come to here. Francisco. We will start by the third place, and please, if you would like to just say some words.
Okay, first of all you are winners. We put us in a very difficult situation, that is to classify you. I must say the name.
Yes, you can say.
Okay, for the third place of MSc students, is that? Master students, Leandro. Let me say one thing. First of all, I have a recommendation for all of you. Skills of presentation and to do PowerPoints, we can study and improve for all of you. And Leandro, I understand very well your thesis. In our company, last years, we implemented more than 300 hectares of cork trees with irrigation. And we use a lot of these things to manage the plot. That's why I understand your thesis. No one understands better that you need to improve your presentation and the way you explain your thesis. Okay?
So now it's up to me to call someone for the second place, and that is Barbara. Before giving you the award, let me explain. Barbara faced the challenge not only of having an excellent thesis, as all of you, but also of being the first to present, and the hard thing to explain. It's only a few people understand those symbols and algorithms, so it's a harder, let's say, material to present. There is no photos of symbols and formulas. She showed what could be shown. And also, afterwards, she explained me that they are all they is her and her orienters are working on something that will help to solve what I consider the problem of all those devices, of those sharing mobility devices, which is the nightmare of finding one in front of our feet every step we give, one abandoned. And so they are also working on finding a modification of the algorithm that can, let's say, make the users better users and more citizens. So that's why, although it's a harder team to work, she deserved this second award.
First place is evident for Giovanna, and congratulations for your technology. It is indeed a technology that is more or less available or possible to be available for other applications. It needs to be validated, more validated, but in fact we unanimously decided that you were the first place. Congratulations. We all hope for all of you that you can, in fact, go up to the market with your technologies, with your ideas, and especially to pass this information or this testimonial that you shall not give up of your dreams and what you believe that will change the world. That's what entrepreneurs does.
Very good. We proceed to the PhD awards. We had, of course, as always, a challenging discussion on the ranking of the winners. But of course, to deliver the awards, I would ask João Veloso, Vice Rector of the University of Aveiro, as well, our hosting institution, to deliver them all, actually, if you do not mind. We agreed that I would give a very brief explanation, but I think that to the first one, we don't need to explain so much. So, would you?
Okay. So, after a strong discussion, I was not part of the discussion, and there was experts to make this evaluation. So I also I would like to say that it was a pleasure to host you, the challenge here in the University of Aveiro, and I hope that, and I think, yes, the conditions were quite interesting for this event. And so for now, I think I believe that the presentations and the works that were presented here were very interesting. And this can motivate others for the future. I hope that can happen. But for us, it was a pleasure to have you here and to have these presentations. So for the PhD, the third place is I cannot hear this. Sirazu, this letter. Sirazu, the third place. And so congratulations. It was a very interesting work on the solar cells and improving the efficiency and different strategies to be able to implement these solar cells in different environments, not only on the field, on the roof, but also cover different surface. Very interesting. So for the other places, for the other positions, there was something that need. I think you need. It's better you explain the situation.
Okay, so we have a first in a first situation ever on our challenge. The jury could not reach a first position. So for the first time in the challenge, we will give 2 second places awards, okay, in a tie. The biggest motivation for this is that, of course, you know that we are looking for innovation, we are looking for more than the academic work that is being done.
We saw, of course, huge potential in both second places, but we also saw limitations in both second places. If we would have time, we would spend the rest of the night discussing this, but we know that we don't have. So we open an exception, and we delivered 2 second places. Congratulations, Inês, Catarina. Thank you very much for your presentations, and thank you for your work. It's amazing. So I'll give all the, I'm now in the back, with the back in my hand. Thank you very much, Susanne. Just, I don't keep you more time. Thank you, congratulations to all. I think it was a great 13th edition of the challenge. Thank you, University of Aveiro. And let's make these ideas proceed, deliver, be transferred. Again, I repeat, count on us for that. Thank you very much.